some which are locally produced, are they accessible to us? Do we have enough marketing strategies so that we can be able to use them? That's the first one. The second question is, both the international systems, here is a problem that I think as accountants and auditors we encounter. You call somebody to come and develop a system for you, that person come and develop the system. But when you use the system, the developer, he or she does not have the accounting background. And I want to agree with you that when you require the support from this person, maybe if the system is a problem, he or she is going to be able to assist you. So what assurance can you give us that?
Now, let me stand up. It's actually good that I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
It means something. Let me start with the issue of the demos. There are many different types of go-to-market strategies. Giving a demo is but one of them. And a lot of times, you are able to easily offer a demo when you have all the resources to support.
Sorry, Shadu, can I just cut you? If you can just look at, will your organization be considering using that model, or is it a model that is at this stage completely out?
We have tried and had a lot of difficulties.
It's not working. Okay, so the answer is currently they have proved that it's not working. And yes, if you can move on to the next question. Yes.
You are saying I should be faster?
Yes.
Okay, anyway, the problem just to summarize this is when I offer you a demo, I need to train you. I need to make you understand. For instance, let me just say this. If Pastel gives you a demo and you have been trained how to use Pastel for the whole semester at Center of Accounting Studies, you are highly likely to fiddle properly with it and win. Now, if I give you a demo of something that you have never seen, it means one, you have to understand how to use the system. Secondly, when you have difficulties, I always have to be there to help you. And unfortunately, we don't have enough resources, both in manpower and time, to guide everyone who has a demo. We have tried the demo and we have those kind of issues with it. Now, one of the other questions was economic contribution of ICT, and I saw that statistical will be presenting, I haven't seen him. There's an association that we tried to do of ICT professionals. It did not work out for reasons that I cannot explain. Maybe, which is one of the topics that I would wish to present on, maybe here or elsewhere, is Basotho's problem to work together. Partnership management is something that needs to be taught Basotho because we are bad at it. And we have tried to make an association, even as far as talking to the minister, to have because LCA is more on the authority side, but what you guys are doing for accountants, that is the Lesotho Accountants of Studies, is brilliant because the profession is well managed and there are proper authorities, and we are bad at that ourselves. I need to move faster, but so it would be better if we could be well organized because we would have one voice and we would say a lot of things together, well coordinated. We are unable to do that and it becomes difficult. But now, when you look at other countries, which is what I think your point was, from the tax point of view, let's go to South Korea, for instance. They made a conscious decision that their government, that we are supporting these particular companies and we want them to be strong international companies. Whatever they get as a country, they will contribute back in taxes. I think there has to be a willpower locally from the leadership to say we want our local organizations to be empowered enough, because once they are, we will charge them taxes that they will be able to pay, and that money will come back to the government. We don't seem to have leadership that understands that from that angle. Unfortunately, that is a topic for another day. I'm trying to be good.
The last,
the local products and online and accessibility. it's embarrassing, really, that when you Google accounting solutions, we are highly unlikely to have our products listed there. It is bad. It should not be the case. It is the case, and it's an embarrassing case because, and I think it's a combination of two things. One, when we, as a country, we are technologically advanced, it becomes easier to offer technologically based strategies in the businesses, like selling online. And we cannot sell online not because we don't want, because you cannot have an account in any of the local banks and have the transaction go online because there are no systems to do that. Central Bank, the last time I checked, it said they are still working on a system that will ensure that happens. At the moment, it cannot happen because authorities are not ready to provide such platforms. It's sad, but it's true. And it could be one of the contributing factors to why we don't focus on selling online, because you can't have your product online and sell it completely like you can in South Africa, because you can open an account in any bank in South Africa and have that particular account trade on an e-commerce. You cannot do that here. It is practically impossible. Not because we want, because the systems are so hence, and these are some of the factors that affect the economy. If the country is at a place where we are technologically ready to do these things, it means we can sell a lot of things. We can sell Mokoroto online. We can sell this and that online. We can sell our product online. We don't do that because it will not work. But
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Fatu. I think the message that we get is there is work that needs to be done, and I'm glad that in our midst we have got the Center of Accounting Standards, we have got the Institute of Accountants, and we also have government officials that may take the message forward. And it will really be important that we look at some of the challenges that have been identified, and we work through these challenges, because at the end of the day, if we want to be innovators as Africans, we need to have platforms that will ensure that we are able to achieve that. So to my two speakers, thank you very much for tackling very difficult topics the way that you have, and for just bearing with us in terms of time. I just want us to give a big round of applause. I nearly said a clap. I can just give them a clap. If we can just give them again to say thank you, and let's continue doing research. Let's continue to look at how we can make ourselves better and reinvent ourselves as better professionals in the future. I thank you.
The message which I was able to decipher from the discussion is that really we have to come with technology that is relevant to us, that comes with solutions that addresses our problems. And it would appear that we seriously have to enter into a serious engagement with each other as to how can we work on ways which will make technology-based solutions accessible to us. This is something that keeps on coming every now and again. There are those who say that it's expensive and therefore we cannot afford it. But Bruce, you remember earlier on had said that it's not about the price tag. We have to work on innovative ways in which it can become accessible to all of us. Why? Because we cannot dispute the benefits that it comes with. Our next activity on the program, which will be the last one for this afternoon, would once more again be a panel discussion. It will be focusing on information technology and crime and experiences in investigations in the courts of law. It will be facilitated by Advocate Mamatune Nkaile. We've got our two panelists, Mr. Pasumani and Professor Kanelono Musito. Please help me welcome Advocate Mamatune Nkaile to the stage.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As has been said, my name is Advocate Mabatoni Nhlaile. Most of you probably know me as Nkuya Tabane. That was in the olden days. Getting an invitation to be amongst accountants was, to my surprise, a bit intimidating. From the first years when you do law school, the first thing that is pumped into your head is that the only profession that you should respect are lawyers. And from law school, when you graduate and you enter into the field, and you see people flood into your offices and asking for solutions, it really confirms the notion that the world revolves around lawyers. And when I got this invitation from Mrs. Mahasi, I was like, what am I supposed to say to accountants? Then I went through your page and I realized that you're learned people, and the intimidation started settling in. So as I stand here, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be amongst you. And I would like to call upon the panelists for today. Advocate Pasumani, a graduate of the National University of Lesotho, an investigator in the DCEO's office with an experience spanning more than 5 years. It's about 20, I think, now. Yes, we graduated together, so it must be 20 years. He'll be talking to us about the investigations that they deal with in the DCEO. He tried to intimate to me what it is that he'll be dealing with. He'll be talking about computer fraud and money laundering and the investigations involved therein. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may I have your ears and your brains as you are attentively listening to Ndate Pasumani. The floor is yours, Ndate.
Ladies and gentlemen, as May has said, I'm an investigator with the DCO. For the last, say, 20 years, I've served both in the police and the DCO. Basically, my background is basically investigation and nothing else. Giving evidence in court, making arrests, and all that is related to that. And I enjoy arresting people. When my boss gave me what do you call a booklet or an invitation to come make a presentation here, I was a bit not happy, particularly with the IT. For an investigator, when you talk of an IT, you talk of a monster. Basically because you have to do some calculations and computations. And for the last 20 years that I've been doing investigation, I've always had a problem with numbers. One, because I'm a lawyer. Secondly, because I'm an investigator. So when putting 1 + 1 together, especially when it comes to money, it's always a problem. But today, the whole issue is about IT and law enforcement. Unfortunately for us in Lesotho, IT, for a number of reasons, one being the economy, we're a bit behind. And I'm glad for that, or glad with that, because the type of offenses or crimes that we have here are limited and minimal. It makes my job easier. I don't have to encounter the IT things that, always happen around those famous countries with big economies. We don't have a definition of IT in Lesotho because basically we don't have law or a legal framework that criminalizes or creates offense on any use or abuse of IT. And for that reason, there's never been a case that is IT related. Instead, we've always had those cases that are rather ancillary or connected to those offenses. For instance, you use an IT product to commit fraud, IT product to commit money laundering, which are basically what the DCU main role is, investigating money laundering and investigating corruption and related offenses. But we must acknowledge as investigators that on one hand, IT has in some areas assisted us in ensuring that we as investigators are able to capture information, as is the case with the IT product users, like for instance the banks, the government institutions and departments, the parastatals and all these other sectors that we encounter or come across when we do our investigation. They produce material that we use as evidence at times, or that are objects or subjects of an offense, instrumentalities of the offenses. They analyze the information, we analyze our information, we report, they report on whatever it is that they are doing. IT is no doubt one of those products that you would otherwise have or encourage to have in any given situation. But for us, it has always been a problem. Lesotho, like I said, economically, it's a bit low, backward, and the type of offenses or the frequency of offenses that we have is a bit limited. But in an event, we could have that. We are likely to have one, cybercrime, which is unlawful use of computers. For most of us in Lesotho here, computers are rather, what we call, typewriters, more than an IT tool that we can use. We use them as typewriters or play solitaire the most. And what is this other one I've seen simply? Zuma, yeah. That's basically what we do, or rather we use it for checking our emails and that stuff. So for that, it's a bit advantageous for me or my colleagues. But in most cases, like I said, it's a typewriter in Lesotho. You go to these companies, the tenderpreneurship thing that we have here, which is common. You're sure you're going to have fraudulent documents in those, or they are produced in those computers. We've had a number of cases. Unfortunately, most of them are still pending in court where these computers have been used. We have slightly a limited number of internet fraud. We've had one case which is still pending in court. The credit card information, theft of credit card information, it's done in South Africa. We've had a case or two in Lesotho, not directly linked to us here. The IT cards were generated in South Africa but used in Lesotho. The cyber attacks, the virus on servers and computers, well, I don't think that we have had. And I don't think we'll have, because we are no security threat to any other country in terms of economy or in terms of weaponry or any other. You see those in China, Russia, the US, and these other big countries. And I pray that it doesn't come, because I know for most of us I'm going to have a problem investigating that. The online scams, these ones, we have had a number of cases on them. The 419 scams are the ones that I know most of you have, if not all of us in here. I've got those requests. My mother is in America. He has left a donation, this much in the bank, please send your whatever account, and then we'll send you the money, and you shall have 50% of that, and then the rest we take it to charity. That is very common. We have had those requests. We have had an occasion to advise people who come to us to assist them to get hold of those other colleagues of theirs so that they could get the money that they say it's theirs. And we've always told them that if you don't know that somebody, don't send any information of your account or whatever information that you have, because that would be the last time you have access to that account. Your money will be gone. It's called 419 scam basically because it started in Nigeria. So there was no, how do I put it? It was an offense, it was an activity that was not criminalized. The only possible thing that they could charge on that was a section in the penal code, a section 419. So it became 419 scam following those investigations that were done, and possible charges could be drawn from that section. Theft of telecommunication services. This one I was surprised at about 3 years back when I first heard of this, where switchboard operators, no, not switchboard operators, but somebody gets into your switchboard or your server that connects you with the switchboard and makes the call from anywhere using your switchboard. So when the bill comes, it bills your telephone, but it's the one who did the telephone call outside your network. I'm not sure whether you understand what I'm saying. But that's what is happening recently. I learned about it about 2 years ago. It recently happened to one of the companies, big companies in South Africa. Conspiracy, dissemination of offensive material, this one we know is common here at home. Electronic money laundering and tax evasion. This one we could talk about. It has happened. We are in the investigation of some of the cases here on money laundering and tax evasion using the IT products. Terrorism, we haven't had. Telecommunication piracy, we haven't had. Interception of telecommunication, we haven't had. But this one would be applicable and relevant where we had the interception law or laws related to relating to interception. Now, this be as it may, the only, like I said, we don't have any legal framework or any laws that deal or regulate or do anything with IT and IT products. What we do is we have the penal code. In an event, we have a case closely related to use of IT and IT products. We use the penal code, very limited. We use the PCO Act, very limited. The MLPCA, very limited. The CPNE, very limited. Communications Act of 2004, very limited. And limited in the sense that they create offenses that don't help us as investigators, but rather on the principal, mandate that they are meant to address. Now, what we have realized in our investigation is the reason why we have prevalence of offenses, IT-related offenses in Lesotho that we have so far come across, it's basically human-related. You have those guys or those people in the IT division who are said to be the guardians of the IT products that you have installed in your respective offices. Most of the time, they are the ones that create problems, except for those who use computers as typewriters. Those ones are no problem. Those ones we easily get them and we arrest them. The problem is with the IT, those things that they use, the protocols, the rights, the what. Yes. Those are the ones that we have problems with. You know why? You take a police officer, you take an investigator like me, he doesn't go for any training other than, knowing how to handle handcuffs and writing a statement. Now you put him in the IT area or whatever that is. Now you want him to handle those. Now there are these black things, they appear right at the top of the computer every time you open the computer. Now you feel like your computer is crashed. So you bring an investigator to do some things like that. What do you expect? Obviously, when you put a case IT related, he will tell you this case is very difficult and he won't even attempt to do that. So, until such time that, for this country, we understand IT, when I say understand, I said those above us in the respective institutions. Now, it will be easier for the small ones in the investigations to understand the IT and the relevance of IT and IT investigation related offenses. Now, like I said, most of these offenses are human related. You have those guys with protocols, they tell you the protocol and you think, okay, the protocol comes from the king and downwards. Now, it tells you a protocol in IT, you don't understand the difference between protocol and with the king and the prime minister and downwards. And understanding the word protocol itself in that understanding, it's something else. Now, understanding the use of protocol in the IT, it's another monster. So it has always been a problem with us, some of us who have always had to do with these things. Now you have the IT processes installed in our respective institutions. Now the problem is the processes that are unmonitored. Now you put an IT, this is the BBT, Bond Before Technology type of people like us, as a supervisor in an IT sector. Now, that the born after technology will do those things, and the whole information disappears. Now, the big one who is born after the BTT doesn't know what to do to retrieve the information. Now, only what he has done was just click on the top of the computer, and then the information drops down to the. Now he doesn't know. So those are unmonitored, because you cannot monitor something that you don't know. The procedures are breached deliberately. Deliberately, because you and I, as IT officers, have motive. You have to create a motive, and then you create an opportunity. And then you have the chance, and then you squander the money. So the procedures are breached deliberately. We'll come to that if I have time to tell you about the breach procedures that has caused 3 minutes. Okay, let me just go to the one that I think would be of interest. The last slide, this one here. We have recently dealt with a case, IT. It's pending in court as we talk. We did the arrest in September. 5.3 million belonging to a post bank squandered using IT. ATM cards, how many? 9 ATM cards were used. Briefly, we have IT guys trusted with monitoring, ensuring that the IT post bank is intact. No, whatever. The very same guys took about 5.3 million. What they did, briefly, IT problem to the law enforcement. Legitimately got hold of the ATM card, went to the back end, as they call it. I was trying to look for the back end when I was investigating this case. I could see only the main building and all these other things. Now I said, where is the back end and the front end? I couldn't see those. IT, police, law enforcement, problem. Now, ATM cards, they did the alteration, tampering with the information. I needed to see what they meant by tampering, alteration, insertion, these other things. So, eventually, I had to do it the old way. Print it, put it down here, and then let's work on it. It was a whole lot of, about how many? Art files this size? How many do we have? We have about 10. If we were to lay those papers, they would go from here to the traffic circle. Because of what was done there, I couldn't understand it if I had to go IT way. And I had to go the investigator way to understand that. So up until today as I talk, some of the issues I still don't understand. But the IT, good as it may, not good for the investigator. Yeah, level.
Thank you, Dr. Pasmani. I think some of you are saying, I wish I could have his job. Then I would arrest so many people. As you can see, all of us here, the speakers are going to come up. You compare us with the speakers that left. The speakers that left had their tablets, and then we still have our papers and pens. And I can bet my left eye that the speaker that is coming is going to have a paper and pen as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have phones, we all have these small computers, and we are all, regardless of age, are into some sort of social media network, Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp. There are times when you go into WhatsApp or you go into Facebook and you see your picture that you never gave anybody to. It's there and it's distorted. Or somebody copies your conversation in a group that they're in, and the people in that group have had a meal over the kind of person you are, and you're sitting there and you're saying, I know I'm not a lawyer, but this is defamation. Something must happen here. I must sue these people or something. These are the kind of challenges that the next speaker is going to tackle. What is cybercrime? How do we tackle it? Is there a means of tackling it? Especially with the kind of investigators that you just listened that we have. The next speaker, in order to introduce him, one of those people you don't want to be introduced after. His titles, not even his CV, his titles are like 5 pages. Before you get to the CV, what he's done and what he hasn't done. Can you imagine you get introduced after him, and then they say, after he speaks, and they say, oh, the next speaker will be Advocate Taban. And you're like, but the previous speaker had so many titles, what happened? Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Associate Professor, Advocate Dean of the Law, Faculty of Law, President of the Court of Appeal of Lesotho. Justice Musido, King's Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, my greetings to you. I have heard from the previous speaker that we have a lot of problems in this country in relation to investigations. I have actually prepared a written paper, like the program director correctly points out. The intention was that I was going to present the paper as I would do at a conference, well, academic conference, let me say so. But when I came in here and I discovered the way in which papers were being presented, I immediately decided to try and play resilient, try to pretend that I would not be embarrassed for myself if I were to present the paper in the way I had anticipated I was going to do. I am therefore not going to present the paper in the manner I had prepared. I just have to play it resilient, if you like, and just highlight 1 or 2 issues which arise out of my prepared paper. There can be no doubt that nowadays we live in a digital age, and it is this age that has brought about a lot of challenges upon us, upon lawyers amongst others, who in the past they would enjoy referring to judgments that were handed down around 1909, 1910, and if you were to refer to any judgment handed down in the 2000s, they will tell you that judgment does not contain typical legal principles. Those you will get in the oldest, in other words, a profession that is very conservative. Lawyers are by nature conservative. They are conservative, as you might remember, because even in the Bible, they come second after the priests. You have the priests, the lawyers, and the medical doctors. Those are the learned professions. The other professions are regarded as educated. During the digital age, to which I have just referred, the development of telecommunications and technology have brought about a phenomenon known as the internet. The internet is a very important platform on which a lot of activity, both constructive and destructive, take place. One of the developments that were brought about by the internet is what you might wish to, you may decide which term you want to use. Others call it cyber crimes, others call it e-crimes, others call it internet crimes, others call it computer crimes. Name it what you will. But the crux of the matter is that modern technology using computers has brought about problems for the lawyers and the courts. In my paper, I had thought I was going to begin by problematizing the issues in order for us to be in the proper context. But I will pass that, I will not do it. I'll just jump to the issue as to what is cybercrime, e-crime, computer crime, name it all. The most distinct character of cybercrimes is that they are borderless and anonymous. They are borderless, they know of no boundaries, and they are anonymous. The courts of law deal with people or persons that they are able to identify. Those that have to be brought before the courts of law have to be identified. You cannot accuse, prosecute, sue a person unless you can identify that particular person. But now the internet has brought about a problem whereby you'll be having communication emanating from a source that you cannot identify, but which will continue to violate your rights as an individual, which will continue to interfere with your property, your life, name it all. Does it mean, therefore, if you were to take a case to the courts, present it to the courts, and say to the courts, this is what has happened, and I would like the courts to come to my rescue, then the courts will have to say to you, tough luck, go home. There is no solution for you because we don't know who did it. And if that would be the case, what then would be the use of continuing to have the courts in our era? Suppose somebody were to go into your computer network. They were to interfere with your passwords. They were to steal your passwords, your usernames. Suppose somebody were to go into the Facebook, Twitter, Google, find them all, and they start to insult you. They start to present material that is likely to ruin you. How should the courts come in? By the way, more recently, for quite some time now, I've heard the Minister of Communications of the government of Lesotho over the radio complaining bitterly
about information that is passing through the network. And even say, no, we are going to stop this thing, and in fact we are going to arrest this. You know, I laughed because I said, I know what is going on. I knew what is going on because I knew that we are talking the new developments brought about by technology. And a traditional leader of a country may not be able to understand that some of these things you can't wish away. They are there. Then I took the trouble to go into the library to research on what other countries have done on earth to try and bring dissemination of information through internet technology under control. China is one country that has tried its level best, but alas, it is failing. And we are talking China and Lesotho here. What can we expect of our country? And if that is the case, what can we expect of our investigators? Would they be able to bring anybody to book before the courts? Well, depending on whether they are handling a matter in which they are not dealing with a typical 21st century computer literate criminal, they might make it. But otherwise, it will be difficult. There are a number, and I hope the paper will be circulated to the attendants, hence why I don't want to read through the paper. There are a number of difficulties that we encounter as the court of law in trying to bring those who are infringing the law to book. The first difficulty worth mentioning is prosecuting e-criminals, as I have already indicated. It is very difficult because you don't know who that person is, you don't know how to trace them. Sometimes, secondly, there are jurisdictional problems. Jurisdiction would be a term that would mean the capacity of a court to become seized with a matter because it falls within its area of competence. You have somebody, for argument's sake, in Libya, commenting about what is going on in Maseru on social media. And the information goes through a server that is situated in Swaziland. In order for it to be relayed at Roma, the National University of Lesotho, where, or perhaps Maseru, the government complex, where those that feel offended are situated. What should we do? Because certainly you can feel it, that in fact there is something wrong here. Will our courts have the necessary jurisdiction even to track down that person in Libya? And you try to react to what that person has said, and they bring in more and more information against you to destroy you. The best way would perhaps be for you to look away. Just keep quiet. And if you keep quiet, rest assured, people tend to leave you alone. The third difficulty that we have is about the, perhaps before I pass this issue, in fact, in South Africa, more recently, there was a judgment handed down by the Supreme Court of Appeal of the Republic of South Africa, which involved the Gauteng board. What had happened in that case was there was an authority regulating radio stations in Gauteng, and the Gauteng authorities informed the authorities that they were not happy with the broadcasts that were going over radio stations in relation to casino activities of a particular person. Now, the Gauteng authorities stopped. They issued a directive that any radio station that will continue to broadcast this will be brought to book. And when it happened, the radio stations shied away. They said, we are no longer going to broadcast anything. And any advertisements relating to the casino were stopped. Then the casino brought a case against them to say, why are you no longer broadcasting as we had agreed? They said, no, but the authorities have said, what did they say? This is what they said. They said, good. Why are they complaining? Because they are saying we are violating the legislation in this country. Then they said, yeah, but where is the server in this matter? Server, yes. It is in Mbabane, Swaziland. Mbabane, Swaziland, yes. Now, if somebody were to make an input from within South Africa in relation to a matter going on in South Africa, and it goes to a server in Swaziland, where is the offense committed? Is it committed after it has gone through the server, in which case it is in Swaziland? Or is it committed when it reaches the person in South Africa after it has come back from the server? Or is it committed at the time when it is first uttered from within South Africa to the server? Or both? The South African Supreme Court of Appeal had it tough. All they could say, and I understand, was simply that, look, we have to interpret our legislation widely, but widely enough not to violate our own laws, whatever that means. There is yet another aspect that I would like to bring to our attention. More recently, there was a conference held in Pretoria on social media and misconduct. For those of you who read, well, speaking for myself, I like social media. So I go into the computers. I watch what is going on. And I have discovered that there are people who talk over the social media. And some of the people would utter statements, which, even speaking for myself, I would feel revulsive against. But of course, they would not be directed at me, so I would just keep quiet. But the question that arose at the conference that was held in Pretoria related to social media, and I remember Professor Jensen speaking at the conference. She said, and I hope this actually captures the essence of the social media. She says, social media is still an undeveloped area of law. how our courts will deal with issues arising out of social media usage is still, to a large extent, uncertain. But normal rules of fairness and equity will apply to all instances of social media misconduct. Full stop, off quote. Now, having said this, you then wondered, what was it that the learned author, the learned presenter was talking about here? The essence of the presentation was that we are living in an era where we are unable to control social media. If you have defamatory statements made over the social media, I would advise, don't make too much noise about it. Just look away. Another aspect which seems to be presenting problems to investigators in relation to matters to be brought in the courts of law is networked computers. Once you have networked computers, usually investigators have problems with taking those to the courts of law to prove their cases. And I think I agree with what Advocate Pasuman was saying earlier on, that in fact he would even then decide to go traditional in the style that he explained it did. I would understand what he was talking about. But as the university, we have also taken cognizance of the need for ensuring that our lawyers become computer literate, because we are living in this age. Hence why we started with introducing a compulsory computer course at the university for all lawyers. That if you fail that course, you are not going to be allowed to proceed. Because we can't wish away computer life in our times, our digital age. And hence why we are even now coming up with new programs, such as Master of Philosophy in Law, to try and attract people who have studied computers and other technological dimensions to come and do law, so that they research by synthesizing their experience from law, from their other areas with law, so that we are able to do what? To develop our law. And we are able to train our investigators, our judicial officers, our lawyers, name them all. Because without such an initiative, our country is getting nowhere. Lastly, as the others I will address should questions come my way, I realize that the government of Lesotho has promulgated a lot of pieces of legislations, all of which are fragmented on cyber conduct, cyber crimes, I think I have listed not less than 10 in my paper, but they are scattered all over. And if you do not have investigators well trained to be able to know where to look in order to get what, in order for them to be able to track down whatever cases they have, we are still going to remain where we are. All will be reacted to once your questions come my way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. I'm sure as the professor was addressing you, I wonder if we should address this white elephant that is staring at us, but I'm sure as he was addressing you, there's this enigma in our country that baffles all of us, even IT experts, I'm sure, they're wondering, where does this person reside? Is he a person? Is he a Lesotho? Is he in Libya? And everybody's going, who is Mahaula Kalo? You know, I'm sure as the professor was addressing, you're like, is Mahaula Kalo in Libya? Is he the server in Swaziland? Ooh, quite an enigma. But ladies and gentlemen, the two presenters have said their piece. Now it is for you to seek clarification from them. I'll take a session of 2 questions per round, and I will allow the speakers to address you. We only have 15 minutes left, so I'm hoping that we will make it quick. Thank you. I see a hand, the lady's hand. I'll take 2 per round. Please allow is there any other? Ladies like scratching their heads, and you never know whether they are scratching their heads. The floor is yours, ma'am.
My name is Blessing. My question, I actually forgot to ask it to the FNB presenter, but it also relates to crime. I'm one of the people who is also a victim of ATM crimes. I was banking with NetBank, but my money was taken from an FNB ATM. I reported it to the DC something. And I never had a response or anything. But yet, another issue of ATMs is that they do have the cameras on their ATMs, of which I think that would assist the investigators in solving these crimes. My question is do you really investigate or? Thank you.
Advocate Pasimani will react. Is it on?
Thank you. The first one, whether we, that you reported the case at DCU. Can we talk after the session? I'm taking that personal. Yeah. As to the cameras and the rest of these other things, for your information, I don't know what the banks will say, but from the past experiences we have had, I don't know after how long the ATM swindling happened. You reported your case to the DCU in the morning. You. Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk about the cameras and the challenges we've had. The cameras, the system that they use, they say it's the overwriting. Overwriting. So the capacity is limited. So as the transactions come in, the previous is first in, last out, something like that. So when you go in, it takes your picture, and when somebody comes in, it deletes yours, and then so most of the time, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying from the experiences we've had, we've at times looked for the snapshots and the footage. We've always encountered that has been deleted, that has been overwritten. So like when you're saying your money was taken, it all depends also on which ATM you transacted, or the transaction took place, whether it actually had a camera or not. So I cannot answer for the bank, but what I can say is, for the case that you say you've reported, if it's you indeed reported a DCO, can we talk after this? Yes. Thank you.
Any other
Follow-up?
Oh, follow up from the professor.
May I follow up from what my colleague has just said? There is this aspect about, which is another dimension to the question that we have posed, and it relates to the admissibility of the evidence from the cameras. You see, people will be saying lawyers are liars. That's what I used to be told even before I went to university, but I nevertheless went. But the truth as far as lawyers are concerned is the evidence. It doesn't matter whether it happened or did not happen. So long as the evidence doesn't support it, it is taken as having not happened. So much so that the point I'm making is that as far as the evidence is concerned, even if you may have seen it happen, the courts are likely to reject the evidence purely on the basis that it was brought in by a person who was not even photographing the criminal as the criminal was doing that. You see, this explains why we say we need a piece of legislation that will say such evidence is admissible in the courts of law. Otherwise, the lawyers will reject it and say this evidence is not admissible.
Thank you, Prof. Is there another round of questions? Any questions? I recognize you, sir. Any others? Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. As I had said earlier on, my name is Ishmael Mposiso Mkatazana. That's my name. I wish to appreciate and applaud the information that we have just had. Actually, it has answered the questions, or many questions that I had earlier on, and I was not able to ask, but they have been answered. So mine, I think, is maybe not to be so negative this time, to be positive, to an extent to say that it looks that in as much as we strive to be IT illiterate, the criminals outsmart us. Now, why can't we be like these people, especially from the so-called, as has been stated, so rich, highly advanced, because they have used IT, and we are backward because we are far behind. That as they use these weapons of mass destruction, which are so powerful, that at the same time as they plan to use an arsenal of arms or warheads, they are at the same time coming up with an anti. They are already preempting that something powerful than that which they had is already been made by someone somewhere. And actually where they hide is under the earth or under the sea. That they prepare, that when such are unleashed, they are able to meet them. Why can't we be as that smart in the new age of modern technology? I'm speaking as a philosopher and as a pastor educator, as I have said, but more so as a philosopher. I'm glad that the professor has mentioned that I can say I'm speaking as a learned friend, because lawyers come after the priests and the pastors.
Yes. That Advocate Pasumani will respond to your concern.
Ke a leboha. Responding to super countries being preemptive and everything, recently we have had We have had the Standard Bank Japan fraud case, ATM case, where about more than 500 million was taken from South African, what do you call Standard Bank. It was done in 5 minutes. That money, 5 minutes, taken from ATMs in Japan. More than 100 million. Smart as they are in technology, smart as they are in everything. That's the first case that we have recently had. We have recently had where we have a super country with those systems in place. China itself. Their servers, military, the Department of Justice, the US, super as it is, their Department of Justice servers, they call it the joint corp, where they have these other military, whatever, they are controlled there. The database was down, infiltrated by the Japanese, super as it was. So there's no super in IT. That is what I've realized, an investigation. Thank you.
The last round of questions, if there's any. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like we don't have any other questions. It has been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to present these cyber crimes to you. I hope that you have like 2 inches come towards being learned friends. Thank you for your attention.
Well, very interesting session. And I'm not sure whether you're with me on this one. Probably you will. It's said that, well, legal regulation of abuse of internet or social media is proving to be a problem, even to developed countries. Professor Msito says cybercrime is borderless and anonymous. It poses jurisdictional problems. Advocate Pasmani says, unfortunately in Lesotho there is no legal framework regulating abuse of IT. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not all lost. You heard it from Advocate Pasmani. Even though you think you're smart, you know what? That IT equipment, that IT tools that you use, they can be very good in retaining evidential material. So to you, our accountants, you're warned. Don't try and gamble. With that said, we have come to the end of today's session. And before we can knock off, I've got an announcement to make. I'm told that there will be a cocktail that will be held at Avani, Lesotho at 1800 hours at the convention center. And our speakers, sponsors, practitioners, council, international delegates are invited. Don't shoot the messenger. I am simply relaying what was relayed to me. But with that said, I would say that you have been a very lovely audience. I saw you being very, very, very lively with probing questions that really needed one to think carefully before answering. please maintain that passion. And it is only through this type of engagements, this type of sessions, can we develop as people. Thank you.
Every change, I tell you the way I want to change in common. Any change you forgot who he is, you need to know. You want to forget my overrides. I'll get the interpreter. Ow, one course. Yeah, disciplinary, you know, to say that there's a. I do too much. Because then you know the rules are here. Yeah, not coming report. We'll let it out. Yeah, sure. It's a bigger. So, you didn't compress the line. I'm over it. It's 2 hours. Yeah. 3.5 kilobytes. Kilo. I said the three. That one up and I'm up and I'll continue. I do not lose.
I just stop it.
Happy Coban and 2 more happy. I'll say the one. I want to look at the family and Tom. That are real in the street. The other is already say, let's get there. Peter Gaga, I have gone out. Second to say,
I cannot afford so tell me what do you think the problem was?
None to do there's a time when this is something we are streaming so I need to take a papa like I be able to set a resolution. And I'm going to say something. When I sit down, how do you shoot nice quality? I will talk about it. Because you and I is about I don't know based on connection.
So now we had an uplink problem.
Possibly. Until I have I just even there's an application so when an application is your so the click camera so I got to have a camera upgrade the camera it's what the application
I'm crazy. Yeah, but no, that's not how open house. Chef, how about we wait a lot? If I'm winning, your name. Yeah. If I'm winning your name.
Yes, yeah, it's on a lena.
Camera name.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fuck up. We are ready for them. You will have to climb that tonight.
No, Scour got away. Camera.
Why don't we work on a different setup and leave this one on?
Apart from that, you want to change encoder because we say different encoder. The same way we configure tonight. Because in a situation, you can't put it on.
Access,
I just stopped to record. I'll tell you like I'm supposed to offend this not. It's a maga. It's a mahaga. Margaret will come say it's for edit. I don't see. When we can't.
And again, 6 and 5.
Also, talk about the when na ke tsena le kgotsofalletse quality because
Quality is fine.
ke bona re le howe o tse re zoom and kana re le hofinyana re sa thola ka tsena re le ena na e teng
You think it will be better?
very very better
Ile mbuka.
ana be re zoom ana be re zoom
I'm not happy. He has to do whatever he did was best. Cannot be done again tomorrow. Oh, you have the level.
Okay, the other thing I go out to call a
No,
machine.
it's fine. Ikuba request for count me in.
How are you doing? So, I need your help. For tomorrow's session, there is a video that I would want to play. But I don't know.
You want to play on the screens?
Yes.
Yeah, it will be played on that PC, on the...
Yes, but it's here. I don't know how to get it to be played.
Is it on YouTube?
Yes. It's 3 minutes.
I think all we need is a link. And they will play it on the TV browser.
Is it online?
Yes. It's on YouTube, so...
Why don't you download it?
You can just...
download it.
Okay. Let me see the link. I'll download it on my...
Well done. Thank you. So I'm reducing my words from 100 to 50. She will speak for me. That's my presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Sydney Shepherd.
Have a look at the quality behind.
It's on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's on Facebook. I'll have to do this.
Application I download and
So you see, ICT is not easy. It needs you, the experts.
Monday.
Yes.
Why don't we have the second installation here? Maybe the next the alternative would be having another camera with the use that side.
Apart from that, time already. I can't put access to sound. So if this is all kind of maybe say actually it was 100 people. So it's a machine owner. Instead of say USB sound card. Straight.
All of Mutura belong on over. Mike. Okay. So, no, that's the mic. We need input here. We need sound input.
It's a
No, I'm not talking mic, right? Hey, so don't talk about one bad. System is the one I have a like.
Yes.
Kimang sound engineer.
So we'll take it to that machine with the flash drive tomorrow.
Was that the first presentation?
Oh, okay, no problem. We will be here at 8, so presentation starts at 8:30. Okay.
Here at 8.
Okay.
Just to see whether it's doing what I'm expecting it to do.
Okay.
It's quite
Just
evident
fix on
that the
when
aid
you
is in fact not coming from the West Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way. So
Elokondo safe.
La ketela se re bone na is ha se fa.
It's safe.
But tsa ka mogala ntši ya go. O sa ne be tše re tla be re kgona ga ntse sa yo. ntho ne re rena le ka re thusa jwai hore re be le sound e hantle ka kebole jwang ha re na le equipment bo ntho ke nahana ke tlo fihla tele hore braille e ne ntse re tseba okay ke a leboha
Thank you. It's charging.
ha ke go tswa sele tsana le na ba iphitlhela ke slash 24 19216 motho a na le tse mo pila tabotseng yena gateway ke 242 wena mono or switch o tlo kenya ka taska how do we make sure ga le ga switch ya jere e tlo tla kenya motšhino o ntsha ntho tse switchingela ya modem gape le o nana o tlo tseba ba on the same subnet but wena o se ka ba streamer from this se ka la service internet no right type but you need to make sure we don't put anything in that compromise and quality so when that watch one about the sound ya switch ya gona
batho ya o ene ka account batho ba motho o fotlela ba bona
Ah, but running Wi-Fi.
Did I find out create a YouTube account?
I come.
I create again.
Ke re yale nako e ne re nagana go create ene se ha o qala.
Go on.
Nako e ntse re bua ka yona. Ya phunyeka nako eno na re ke bue o na re yena o tsaya le siyo but ke bue le bo agency ka kgona o tla sebediswa ya agency advertising agency
Sing account yabo.
nne ne ke utlwa ba tla re sebedisa agency
Create. There is another brand there, another way.
fapaneng.
Mane ke kenya motšhineng ke le seka dia ba ka fumana se ke la tsamaya sa ka ka.
Okay. Okay. No. Vale. Mama ikrize. Ake ga ipitsa gona tlo tshintšha.
sponsor registry. You are Italian.
Is it?
Capacity.
It's what?
light tse ntse di tshwana mona camera go na le tšhentšha ke nagana ba tla ba ntse ba etsa 242 ena mona tšhasela ba banna ya šišimela for the sake for manager's sake one had it now, Suchina, Latamia, Kapamachino, and a one at the other one. I got a chamuchino, I'm going to put it out. John, I didn't know. Suchina, I'm not having it. So they better.
Testa whatever in the great testa man or great testa machine. Connectivity. IP. One number
foram. Ena yema yezi bana ora ko pa ngala ita usi.
Ina ona chete kweni. Hey. Ina nzo kuna ngoti.
Aya sema leo. Ya sara ga. Ko cha to ma tu.
Mala nchiki tu kama katushi.
Ba ba. Chili. Cha ona sa sai ko. Ka ba to la na.
Nike hlatso hlatso.
So bad, when I get some Maya, simple as that.
Wa kwa activity senze fela la. Senza wa kata ka network go ba.
Oh, in the next the traffic 15 20 hours.
Yeah. Mana ke so go no butuma madi a mabedi ba ka e ba ka Pere go ni hape mo ga go shota ka nka. Yo di mari service. Okay. Camera. Oh.
Live stream. Oh, re lo ke le.
That's share our page and to attach a link. I share a page I connect. I'll share a link yourself.
Share the link in the morning. That's a camera. But I want to see this guy.
Show away link intervention, please.
By 8 link intervention.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But you have it.
I want to see the shot.
So look connect to the G-Ponic. What was it? Hello, Professor. You know what I have told you.
I had more suggest.
Yakola. Get that around. Now, Besa, get that. You don't get to go, sir.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Soldi. Move on. Into Superman can do. Wasana wabanyani ba kumuholobela. Abazibili yethu ba. Okay. Okay, za ndo tse kholo ntse ba lepela mo ba sa bone. Okay, za wa bona ka o mabenyana. Yantu. Ya masekutlaw. Mto ya avani Lesotho. Wana le cocktail yona jona ka 6. are invited to Gaya. Wapi gampe? Niki tlo ya lena. Jwale ha ba so trade, utlwa bo moholobela ba trade ka moo ba. Ka be se ke nyelohile. Jwale pso sa mbrae ba hore a ke tla reka drink yo sa. Ha tsebe ke tlo monwa hore wa pula ke yena ntse pisitseng. Ha tsebe thopo la ka ke le kotsi haholo le enwang batho. Tlo monwa. Sebetsang ka nako FC. Le ba moo ba sebetsang after hours. Se a re mona re fa le tsekela ho. Le na le tjhelete. Ntate Mosito hae. Kelly. My colors are changing. I'm so into the light in your house and you're probably so close. I'm better than I chose and if technological advancements body accounting body system in the body accounts long distance. Speaker asaka siganya. I say aha. That's 100%. Unajua into ways. Kwani saki nzeki baba tona tena. Inne kibija ona ba gida hayi saki. Safe as. Connection LTE sharp yon. The network quality is good. That's what it says. I want to solution you like a yeah, you chill. Far too late. That's too late. You got to keep it when I later one is. How get over those one about Lia about guy? Oh, you can see how you get in good war. Company department is at the accounts. The finance. data tsa Lesotho. Well, jwalo ka ntho tse mona tse tshwarwang ke boafrika kwa ke re company tsa IT o bonisa batho ba IT. So mona ke ntho e kang eno ba thuswa batho ba finance. Ntho ke re ke a go ba tsela ke bolo hula. Sure. Yeah, you both. Sure. Connectivity to sharp.
Flash media wife.
Are you not going to stand by? Okay. ngesifonelo mme jwale o e siile ka mona ka mantse re sebeletsa o na ntho ya lo e lata ka ntle nngwe ntse le mosebetsi tanye Hello. Sure.
This way.
Nanti ke sheba ntho ena rona ba Camcast e sebetsa ona. Cam streamer. Ke yona ntse ke e sebedisa.
Service ha tse ke na quality hata o ke swa le mabone a mang a extra
problem nthwe ke encoder software ke encoder it transmitter from LAN to network ya YouTube so the problem ke ho convert that confession go tloa mo LAN-eng re ya ntshwa that's where the problem is and mo re tlametse re sebetse kaofela re like le tseba betere ho le fit for the fit mo ne ke transmission pad we are told that we went extra mile. Camera, footage, like the access to footage camera. If the footage streamer, so the footage we have information and detail for now with camera. The guy streamer, the guy you have IP address, access to live via camera. So can tell say YouTube wherever but transmission is that confession part of your software is that part your confession.
Re se le tutsi media lona se le re convert.
Mo ne se le part ya lona re fane ka solution ya lona.
Ke ba ke re ha e ba le bila. Gonna bill for
but what gonna problem ke ka no solution e re faneng ka yona is not reliable isle we can guarantee or it lasts 100 not reliable ke free ke ntlo ke trial fair
but ba itse ba re for that 30 days all the features are working
so
I see I go bona ntho tse ding ha le trial tla go to feature itseng empa ha iyo so mona ba all the features are there jela ha ke tsebe na ntho e re khabathang ke ha re be ha o la ba le bo mathata ya o disconnect re sa boneng lona nana ba kweki ebe ha re sa sebedisa ha re sa maintain link
extract ntho e laneng o YouTube go re ke ntho eno fela
I think the utlameha le software dipakeng
platform
ke yona encoder eo e etsang jwalo ene e se yona fela encoder eno re sebedisang ho na le di-encoder tse ding tse ka tshwarwang
ke tshepa ntho tsa dobo
ba professional
iputsana ke ba feng ba ka compete le bona ka yona
But ke bone ka go problem ke go ga ke bone le stable.
o pela ga bona se je mme go
LT hantse jema ha re na mokgwa wa go continue from Linkiane High School.
Yes. I say problem yo. I say problem kan tsena na ga wen go ya.
Ke yona LT.
Ika kan ne tla go go pakeng tsa camera le nyo kan le YouTube.
No.
In fact, application ya chemistry ma independent tsa application ya chemistry ma le YouTube.
Chemistry na ha fitlhele YouTube. Chemistry na e tlisa media, e tlisa flash media whatever.
Ke to bontsha to something. Na na motho a dila a fumana problem a ke nna ka jento.
But nna ntho e ke botsisa chemistry ma e tlisa this thing. Anyway, ga se isa la haholo chemistry ma. Ke o fumana YouTube link ya.
Ana ntho e batlang go Google ja. Ntse ke nana na ka tlebe. Kore kapa solution kore na how do we maintain
Link. How I proceed to continue
ka yona. E lo re la o thola problem.
ga jena motho se re sa ntho ka be re rile
Solo sa le go
stress sa le wa re
sa le go
Mo sa le tla ke go bona go ha. Tsa tse nna na. Ke kgathetse ngwana ja.
go lo ga ba la o tsong go mo se sa
O sa le ntse tsa le. But re na na tla phaka o sa le.
na ke
Ya
na
na no wa tsana ke.
But maobane tse sebeditse hantle wa tsena.
Hona tjenne.
A ke re tsheka di go fa di bothata hana bela na re etsa. Hola hana le kore la qadile go ane na ke go.
ne re le ka ho
We tse ba isa le sena le di problem tse. But ha so etse le tshwana ba. Go tla fine why?
le mabantse ke stable
Maobane sa le
the whole day.
Aman. Sina na tla ba mo le pa re tswile.
so the other thing go ha ba motšhini resources tsa motšhini o di bang ska ba ya account
Ke ntho ngwe hape.
Aga sheba le system comment tsa ba di anyway se tla ntse nga di se ka ba sheta ba
Ya kana sa sala ya fe. E mo.
sa sa
ku kwa ka ke ntwe
Ska ba tona ye.
ke 5 ya fa ka
Ela tse 3. Ai ya fe ka mo.
ku kwa ka ke ntwe le yetse data a ke re le na le data le se le ka di a ke re footage o ke data fela from LAN etswa ku kwa ka ke ntwe bonolo
YouTube se le platform se le san platform e ngwe ke
confession eo ha o so be le experience ya ntho mo tlamehang ho etsa jwalo
ke ho bole tabelo OBS studio yeah se da
yeah
OBS
A botlhoko go ba o tla gana nako go testa di.
not share yeah
o tseba ha re tla qetella re decide ho sebedisa ene re testile ntho tse ding tse ngata hantle tse sokodisang
e tswa bo di OBS
Yeah, ona le di alternative like how jana e go bontsha ba o bontsha di alternative tse ngata. Se ha o batla ho streama o gosh. Come on. Network is this go bontsha. Ola bona ntse tsena. Ha o tsa guide ba o listela some movie ntse ba tsepa. Encoder tse ba tsepa.
jalo hona tje ho ntse e tsa tsa
Ona le mobile capture ke tsena. Ke tsena.
nke ka di
Mobile capture. Body SFI. Di a sokodisa.
ke bone le from
Di batla ha ona le o re di license. Ape ha re di license.
di batla nako ko lena hore na ntho na ka nako mo ke ntho tse simple tla se di sare ka di
yeah
Tana ke ntse bonolo. Asente tse di sokodisa. batla
But
le
motshehare,
entertainment
ke
ya.
nahana entertainment e teng after lunch.
Why not can any matter to trouble love and maybe all of me that perform peanuts a bit young.
Maybe close on it. Fika kwa ifika na watu.
Yeah. What kind of access? What's about one of our wooden trail?
Ka lenyalo na ho setse hore line e loka. O setup e.
I mean the IP address.
Yeah, that's the expectation. Ela so o batla ho ba le yana kwena ka. Ke tla utlwa ga ba le ba ho hetse ke ga e khutlisa. Ke ya le thusa ke ga we ke tsang ka bokae kae. Procure the latest Lexus. Okay. The latest.
It depends now.
Application.
It depends now what you
Yeah, le khona ho tsamaya. Ho sheba bana ba bana.
EPTZ. You can zoom, you can rotate, you can do. So it's gonna be dead now.
Ke tlo batla code.
We said the camera. We said the camera.
Bona le event tse mona tsa fumana go hlokwa wa bana ena ntho e sa etseng. Ona le nebe. Ona le ne ke live stream ka ntho. Well, tena na is police. Just that o ne ho no sa lebello hore ke tlo tsamaya ka mona ke le camera man metse. Ko le sehli.
Unotla hloma yona mona ke re interest ke motho nyane.
Ayo job description ya ka ntho tsamaya ka.
Wa imanda man. Are you interested like motho la ntsa bua man? Ke le batletse standing mona fela na.
Okay, just here. Go shebe mona ga tlatla ba khona ho nka audio mona. Ba lo lata ntho. Ba lo lata cable e isang e lata mo yo mane mo di mic di isang straight. Se ke tagi installs. I do key installs ke. Okay, install it.
Hi, Claude.
Yes,
I still sent it in
okay.
But
they are installs. .eap.
mara se go tswa wetsa taba tse thata haholo
Kae?
ha o sa le bonolo hore
Mosebetsing? E etswang jwalo? Se etsang se etswe sengolo na mo?
Le tseba hore fela. Mona teng le ka I understand.
wena o a tseba ke wena mosebetsing
Le mona I understand.
Problema tsa keng ne re sena solution, so re re nana le tla re tlisetsa solution.
I get that it was not part of the agreement. Lona le batlile camera ho rona. Le ipatetse camera fela. Akere? Ne re
Ha se le bona
Le ipatetse camera fela.
ha se le bona gore mosebetsi o mongata o nkeng.
Le ipatetse camera fela. Batho jwale le re jwetsa ka nako e nyane. A tsa ho jela re jwetse bonyane beke.
Mangaka o tsebe ko metse ka se nthong eno fela. Almost project e mo le ngwe re e etsang. A ka tla ntjhetsa gore saneng
No, I say how handle it as well. Beke fela ke be re le batletse software eno. It's not expensive.
ha le tlasa pressure management.
nna sabe ha ke utlwe bona ha o hlokale hore ebe e tlatlatsa this guy is ha o ile hore re invoice nna ke tla re etse mosebetsi ona na re tla ba thusa re etse mosebetsi o fela ena ha fitla re ba lahla
Ha re ba lahle re felletse mono. Ha re sana another option. Ha re sana option e nngwe.
option e
Re ba file solution e ene
ko re tswela pele ka solution ena re ba support
e le ntho ntse re etsa so far.
ke re means ga ba si ga tsamaya
Hona tjena na ha
ga
o
ka
sana.
tsamaya ga ba si
Hona tjena ha o sana
ne di batla tsa se se lebetse le wa di batla mo wa
ya ba ya go tima ke a dua o tla tswana fela se ngapela thunya
okay because you cannot afford to even hosana ke hona ntshelese le ba kae so
e me ngwana o ile keboleng
bontate ba ba emetse ba tsamaya export
ntse se etsa ka mona ke kgola le lena
okay let's tsa pizza here bunyana solo what I want yo ale twambo connection e sebetsa 3G phone
Ha o tlo temporary di IP address a ka fela.
see that
Ke batla ho bosisa.
yes I did
If o sa tlo temporary tsona jana ke tlo sala ntse le jwang. Ha ona le letho le tse tsala le letja.
okay uno tseba hore e tla crash motshega
No,
what happened
I don't know.
so as much as you don't know
Le hona jela re tla tlo testa ya sebetsa. Ho sana.
No, no, no.
Ntse re sebedisa drive.
No. I need to hear. I need to hear the task through that connection.
E tlo etsahala neng?
These guys are finishing. Again like that. I'm sorry.
e bana pizza ya sebetse tsona mo di feng
Ka hoba tata rona e sa le dumelane ka le
What about?
ka mosebetsi ona na kaofela.
Mosebetsi ona o tlamehile o etse to the perfection.
Ha ho
Ya o le tla fihla le beha dintho mona le tsamaya. Forget it. Here's what I want. My audio or video devices does not show and the device is in flash. Let's make it work. See that? Well, we can't change. We cannot.
Problem ko re tloa jwang laneng re a ithuta. Problem ke transmission part.
Bona ke tloa ka mona botse.
the problem ke transmission part. And I got to send them more.
Eh, it's about you. You're not right.
Eh, but one learning detail thing. This is talk and I can access to the camera. Like we are not access to it. But one thing
Or shall I high facility to be to put? Is that what you want? Would you rather do that?
no, you're not. The solution is not your people say that but then can I do the evidence enough to free trial. So you try. So
Download that stuff.
You're not investigated, so you pass a whole war with press.
I go over there. I go down.
If you're not in an backup plan,
I hope I say.
Find it. You cannot take it. I was about to backup plan. Please spell it backup plan. Celine to the moon again. Celine to the
I thought problem
I can see. Child taking addition.
Okay.
Okay. Elements that I will consider.
Hopefully, elements problematic. Afala itumela kama mchobo. Ikaka. Isana kwa jensalo na mimi ni bimba wonene lo. Kutoka kwa supply ka camera. Wana batledi enkoda ga ka ofela bona o ile fitla.
National facility. So,
you ikaka re le se ikaka. Ikaka.
What should I do? Kill it them to matter set and punch.
Because hana jwale bona ke tsa motho bona o tsa bana go e ka re ntse fitile o tlo fitile e ka go be the next farmer of each ke hana re
what's wrong with going
which is good man
who said it's
fine. No, it's fine. And
which is
solution
fine
ke na fane ka yona. So ke mona solution ne re fane ka yona. E ka re na le
ina le hiccups maybe man.
So what? Let's fix that because tomorrow is the last day.
Well, now I have a problem. But
if you have a problem, call your boss. Tell me what our problem is. If he needs to come in, come.
Let's start my people because it
no,
because
you
like
need to move more before.
Copa Ubelia na.
Na le motho mo ga itse mo wa tla go tla tla sota ntho ema wena no sotso le mo
bua le ena
ke bile le ena why do I need to go to again
hi
I'm not complaining about anything take it batlang hona tsena go fela tsena e sebetsa
this year nang le yona of which re tlo sebetsa again
so let's
but
make sure
it's not reliable
assumption ya high which I hope it is correct ya hore ke kana ba re ba le upstream problem because if it was a license issue it would have crashed again so what we want to do we install the application there or eliminate that issue how maybe PC crashing or whatever you see what I'm saying and to also improve the quality of sound
so meaning
since you are better you know the application no you are you got it to work so you are better experts now and I rely on your expertise to get this thing to work properly can you get it to work please you have already done it so I don't see what the
it's fine it's fine
but
that's not going to be complications
what is the problem Kima le fa problem ne ke re ke tseo go kisi
I have a very good
the link between when the Batubana lady boss man. So, when I said it, the player said it, I'm not really in some cities. If you carry the program, I have to come.
Simple.
Okay, so help me.
So,
How
company,
can I help you?
How in a tower here? How in a tower? In a series. If you pay by the tower,
There's never I will not, it doesn't exist because the money has stated it.
It's
So for
after
me to
hours,
pretend,
so
it's a thing like
let me tell you what this is now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, at the end of it all, we're gonna have a bride together and a few drinks to settle this issue. Every how else possible. On that to get go before the club. At least it's all
Now,
so I have another issue. You can call me. We will sort it out. However, okay, Shabu. Mana, bisa kakak show. Hopefully, you will come.
How are you going to first? Switch. Hold my own too. Tilo alat lana. Bezala musa. Sharp.
Okay, la kabawa. It's already the way the cage was fine. It's worth nothing. What was I so they are into the Zetina, you don't understand.
That's how I handle it.
Yeah, it's a good. So, na kwa hiyo kwa nawazi baby but jinsi kile busy na very down. Jidula kile busy kore. Kile busy. Kumsadia na kansala tena mkwate. Amti mtu busy. Jeje. Ana kwa mwana kana sampuli. Ifika usi kama usi. Kwa lo material was. But I can mind it. I need to get that into the night. I'm going to get to you like bad last night. You understand? I feel like I'm going to know about my shop. I did like to move in the Sulan Fair. You understand? You can even get started in the you know what? Move. It doesn't give you the Twitter fun. One day. So I can buy it. Yeah. But remember when I appreciate you for hi, well done. Into it now, and I really service are using the table for good and utilities and qualities. Jim Hono, Nalco, Uleko, Harvard took it another day. My son was a lava. Kisho, but I didn't attend to now. What you know about the water? What you want to go? Timothy, like I say, Spanish, and now we're not like it. If I will see, if I ain't so, I'll see you like it. See, no, what I want to do for once, the device, drop, but highway, that is, but we're not going to plan over the high voltage. I how not will be fine. Okay. Plan. You should plan. Doesn't happen. You like to give me. It's a proposal access control. Ke banga di ka gabela tsa sama tsa o tlo go fa mosebetsi o tlo go fa mosebetsi but ya sa re tsa a sa re ke kete ka beke o tlo o bona na o tlo re kete ka beke na tšhelete na ke tsenang o tlo ngoda ba dira neng dira ga ka Hey, I just forgot. thought more when I looked in. I don't know. Pressure I can't kill. Oh, want to snap inside the motion. It's over now. Hey, hey, good job. I hope many chairmen are waiting head over the but I should not identity. We don't want to open source more than what they do. So, until the years I can't hear it. Could I say, well, it's a whole machine? I went to Kamiani with the clips with the machine. When I was out. When I have I will study. Yes. That's what kind of a dream. I want you guys. When I never restored once. Yeah, tell you where I keep my manual wire and everything. This way. And coding and so. You know, it's a riches and I must have. Camera. You know, it's a camera. I want to ask you. I got to go there. I never shall I think. You want to go Savia, what the child. My joke, I hate Savia. Who went about 2 days, I was at test. I wrote like I'm too much. I said, I'm a new film. You are a. Why did this is time? Ferrari is on. Ferrari my usual intestine will be doing the manual. I just product intestine will be doing the manual. I don't know what I'm going to say. The public IP to pay defect. They want to test the product. They're not to pay defect just to. Honestly, I don't know when I'm ready. When I cannot do it's a bit that's all. Something I can learn. I got cut from Kara. If you can deal with it, I love Shannon Sunda. Too well, full force. To the one I asked.
mwana se tšwela fela le etsa ko o tla ola ka bana half day
Right, is that not your?
Leketle.
It's a little more get that.
So ke tlameha ho fihla my pen ke hore ke tlameha ho fihla hoseng because ke tlo theisa ka pele.
Oh.
Ne ke tlameha ho tloha mona hoseng.
Simon wa yona. Ka tsane. A lo ntšhetsa ka tsane. Le ma o ka tsaya ma. Tsela mo. A bona so fa ela ni. Ke ba bala go sa se. Ene ha ya fihlo.
Hobane ye mathateng le hore e la crash because ke yona e pen ha e so re ka. Problem ke
Check it out. Se ba fara. O le tento. Ah. It's much faster.
okay.
Go easy man. Empa nna e bone mona ntse. Go ile le mongwe le ka. Ai se ke. Mas ke bona ina. Mas ke bona wifi. Ya ke ke ke. O je mo ist. O discussion. Usar uthezile beza wana shintu so tshile
Ako mofenya.
ya na so tshile tse kante
In the meantime, Diana, it's a device. It's a new device driver issue. New okay. Camera station in it. Ako mofenya install in the meantime. It's a kibele. Anze kumazan tu. You forgot the driver at Iona. On the little hotel camera station. Go for install it. I couldn't travel to the mango the clock. Specific. I had another download the mini camera.
ai na ke ya o
Dia sedang meeting.
saya
Saya dalam meeting.
amata ka ofisi wa mona ta ka tsa ha
Ke ke sa lang jetsa go ntho. Ke re ne ke sena nomoro ya hao. Ke sena le ya vet. Ke na le ya mo ke se. Me ke sa ba go meeting. Ke na la mphatsa tsa bo. ba ba ga eng ka eng mo o ne o tla le go thage senang phao tshepileng ke eng e supedisang he